Good morning, Ann. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mary, I hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Harley, how do you sound this morning? Well, we lost him.
So Harley, got everything working?
I do now. For some reason, my microphone was showing it wasn't working. I kicked off and logged back in, and now it is. So, okay. Do you have a good Easter, Mary?
Yeah, we did. We hosted the entire Hobble family.
That should have been a clan.
Yeah. Well, I rented the community center in Worthington. I actually had it rented. We do this every year. And last year we had canceled it because of COVID. And then this year, just about the whole family's been vaccinated. So, and we sat outside the entire day. So it worked out good.
No, it was beautiful out.
Yes, it was.
Hi, Ann. How are you this morning? You're muted.
Unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Do you have a good Easter, Ann?
Oh, it was beautiful, but we didn't join anybody. We don't have good vaccination coverage. We had extended family from Chicago, so everybody pretty much just stayed alone.
No. I just went to my daughter's, and that was about it. Pretty small group. So we did that Saturday.
5 hobbles. The whole family showed up. There's about 65 of them.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. Everybody stayed outside, so I kind of stayed inside, kept busy most of the time.
Well, yeah, when you host that many people, you don't have time to sit down and visit. My family has announced they're planning a family reunion for July.
Well, hopefully everybody's vaccinated by then. And
No, we are a big group of non-vaccinators.
oh, okay.
So we have lots of medical people and doctors, and they're all vaccinated. But the people in finance apparently don't think they need to be vaccinated.
Hey, watch it.
I don't know.
I got my second one Friday, and it went
Were you
good.
out at Mercy One, out in Piasta?
No, out at the pod.
Oh, very good. Peter's getting his second today, so it's exciting.
Yeah, some people have had issues with it. Didn't really affect me too much. A little tireder than normal, I think, but that was about it.
Kathy Caitlin was really ill.
Yeah, actually, I was with her when she got
very good,
hers.
yeah.
And I talked to her Saturday. She said she felt like somebody ran over her arm and
Good morning,
Ian, did you-
Anthony.
Good morning.
Couldn't believe you filed a report on Easter Sunday. I'm hoping you had that ready and it was flagged to post or something.
Oh, we're just sitting around, not going to do much anyway. So it took 5, so it wasn't a big deal. Everybody have a good Easter?
yep. Pretty quiet. Actually, we got together on Saturday because my daughter had to work Sunday and so did my son. So a very small gathering on Saturday. Luke still had to work Saturday, but my son-in-law smoked a brisket on the grill and God, can that kid cook?
I'm hungry right now. Sounds good.
So Ann, did you have any side effects from your second vaccination?
I had a very sore arm, just like the first time, but
No,
Yeah,
I had nothing at all.
that's good.
Yeah. My daughter got very sick.
Oh, that's too
and
bad.
It was her first one.
Mhm.
Really affected her bad.
Yeah.
Morning, Ed.
Good morning. That Piasta location just runs like a machine.
Yes, it does.
Wish we could put the whole county right through there.
Morning, Jay.
Good morning. Jay, you're muted. I'll let you get your audio on and
Good morning.
there
How's
we
my
are. Good
audio?
morning. You're wonderful.
Sorry,
Thank
thank
you. All right, so I will call the Board of Supervisors for Dubuque County into a work session with our county engineer, Anthony Bargett. And Anthony will let you bring us up to date.
Okay, good morning. I guess kind of the agenda here is to discuss, the recent issue with the Southwest Arterial kind of leading into O'Rourke Drive and Old Davenport Road and the semis that run down that stretch there. So as of this morning, signage is installed at the south end of the Southwest Arterial, just kind of on the north side of the bridge there, overpass bridge, and then also over on Highway 52 south of Shula Heights Road. It's just a simple little truck route sign with an arrow. Not going to say it's real inspiring. It's fairly small, and I don't know if it's going to do 100% of what we want it to do. So I think that's the starting point the DOT wants to look at. They just put up a very simple sign, and it's directing. It is showing the direction the truck should take, but I'm not 100% confident in what it's going to do or the intended purpose there. So I think we'll just kind of start there and see if there's somewhat of a pattern shift, and if there's not, then we're going to have to maybe look at adding some extra signage. I was hoping they would have done more of like an advanced warning sign, and then one right at the turn to overemphasize it, but they went with one sign, and that's kind of where we're at right now. So that's about all I have to report on that situation. Any questions on that one?
Anthony, it was hardly on the, I had mentioned to you a while back about the Old Davenport Road leading up to the arterial it's a passing zone. A gentleman reached out again, wondering if you had been down to look at it at all. Basically told him that there wasn't much we could do until we started painting lines again, but
Right. Yeah, I did take a look at it. Yeah, there's not much we can do until we get a contractor on board. And ironically, we're setting a letting date today for pavement markings. So That's something we can discuss once we get our contractor on board and make some changes there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anthony, regarding the arterial signage, what's a check back time? When would we keep this on our, you said we'll see if there's a pattern shift. Well, when would we be thinking to check that? 4 months, 6 months? What are we thinking?
Yeah, I'd say give it a couple of months. Let's kind of see what happens. The locals will certainly let us know. Let us know if they've seen any changes out there. I keep getting an email from time to time from somebody out there, or, that, hey, what's going on, or there's still problems. I want to give it a couple of months, so let's just see what happens. Like I said, I'm not necessarily holding out hope that this is going to be the be all end all solution. But let's try this, and we'll have to kind of regroup with DOT and see what else we could do then. So I guess that's kind of the report on Old Davenport situation there. I guess we can go into the engineer's report if you want to talk about that next. For Road Bridge, Taylor Construction is working on the substructure. I think the work schedule is going very well. They're very motivated to get this one completed so they can move on to the Millville Road Bridge. So I think it's possibly running a little bit ahead of schedule right now. And we've had some pretty good weather lately too, so they're moving along. Balltown retaining wall. Widmeyer Landscaping started work last week on the retaining wall. They'll continue this week setting the blocks. It's interesting, after inspecting the grade behind the wall, once it was removed, we found out there were some issues. Obviously, that's why the wall was leaning, but there wasn't any tieback. Usually, you have a kind of a fabric tieback into the soil behind it, and in addition, you usually have like a clean rock with some tile to give the water some kind of outlet. Well, there was no tieback. There was just kind of a dirt backfill behind it. There was, but there was no outlet for it. It just kind of sat back there, and everything kind of outletted behind the wall, which is kind of defeats the purpose there. So it was not necessarily constructed the way it should have been, and that's the reason why it was leaning and eventually going to collapse. So at least we've gotten ahead of any kind of collapse there, and it's all removed now, and now we're working on reconstructing it back. So hopefully that liability will be out of our way for quite some time. Sundown Road paved shoulders. River City Paving is currently planning to start work on the paved shoulder project. I just got an update. They're planning on starting April 26th right now. They were looking at the 19th, the week of the 19th, but now they're looking at the 26th. That's just what I heard this morning. So they will start on concrete patching. They're thinking about 4 days for concrete patching. Everything will be limited to 1 lane closure, so we will not close the entire road at any given time. And then once they get done with the concrete patching, I think they're just kind of waiting for the plant to get open, and the asphalt plant to get open, and kind of figure out what the asphalt schedule will be for the shoulders. We are planning to put out message boards starting next Monday, so we'll be displaying a message out there to everybody, at least 2 weeks in advance, letting people know that this project is coming, and that starting April 26th, they should consider other routes if they want to avoid some some slowdown time there. And then I guess the Bill Grant project, we're continuing to work on the coordination effort to combine the city of Dubuque's project with the counties. Recently, we had a meeting with the DOT, and it was discussed that the city and the county will be allowed to develop each jurisdiction's plans separately. And then the DOT will combine both sets of plans at the time of letting. This is good news, because we were afraid that, well, not afraid, but we were thinking that we were going to have to kind of pull these plans together and merge them, and there would be some costs and expense and time to that. But what the DOT is saying, and I guess they've had experience with this before, about kind of coupling two projects together. Dubuque County can work on our set, City of Dubuque can work on their set, and then at the time of letting, we just basically pull it under one contract, one proposal, and then that's bid out as one contract. So there really won't have to be a whole lot of crossover work with each other as far as getting to the plan submittal stage. Once we get into construction, the administration part, then we'll have a little more coordination effort with each other because it'll be under one contract. But liking where this is going right now as far as plan prep. And then also, right now, we're just waiting for the city's project to receive the NEPA clearance for environmental. We're thinking June or July, we should see that happen. And then we can proceed with the right-of-way and final plan phase. So right now we're gearing up towards hopefully a January letting. And if things go well, we might even be a little bit ahead of that. But right now we're just pointing towards the January letting, January 2022. So that would be my report. Any questions on any of those projects?
Anthony, what reference that wall in Balltown? How long was that in?
That was put in, I have to go back and look at the date again. It was put in with the reconstruction project of Balltown Road. I don't know if you remember what year that was, Harley, if it was like early 2000s.
God, I don't remember. I was trying to think of how long ago that was. And I'd probably say around the 2005 area, but so probably
that's what I was kind of thinking. Yeah.
It'll probably be 15 years old, but obviously it wasn't put in right.
No.
All right. I was up there yesterday. It looks like they're making some progress with it. So
yeah, he's a good guy out there. He's a younger guy doing the work out there, but he's very knowledgeable of seems very knowledgeable of what's going on there, and I think he's gonna produce a good product for us there.
okay, good. That was kind of a crowded area yesterday up in Balltown. Bright Box were extremely busy and Skip was open. Just traffic and people all over.
Good. I guess kind of beyond that, just a quick little update on the shop, kind of concrete wall issues that we were dealing with. Started coming in last week and they're working this week too. Right now, we're just kind of chipping out the loosened concrete, the spalled concrete, and they're going to be patching it back. We had a recent meeting with FEH and Portson, and so far it sounds like it's just kind of like a normal settling issue that that the building's just kind of like settling into place, and they don't typically see this kind of damage, but they're also not necessarily thinking it's anything that's structural in nature. So I don't know if I'm completely satisfied with that answer, but that's kind of where we're at right now as far as what FEH and Portson are discussing. There's still a little more discussion going on behind the scenes with advanced precast. So we haven't seen necessarily the final answer or final solution to this, but for now we're getting the loosened concrete out of the way so it doesn't hurt anybody, and then we can get everything kind of patched in. But I don't have a lot of answers beyond that. I still have concerns as to why we're seeing so many of these spalled out areas.
Anthony, I'd like to see something in writing, please, from them, something that's them putting forward in writing, some conversation, some narrative about what happened, why it happened. I'd like to see them get on, in writing. That usually means they're going to stand behind the words. Who's ever telling you this orally, that's wonderful. But I'd like to see something in writing so that we can present that to whomever we're going to use to double check it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Anthony, what's your concern level generally from what you've been observing?
Well, kind of looking at it,
I don't like the
obviously I'm
pause.
concerned. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't ever want to see any of these walls crack and spall. I don't feel like that's a normal action, with this type of structure. Maybe one spot, you could kind of dismiss, but we're seeing multiple spots. I was also, I'd have to kind of show you there. There's one crack that kind of falls down the actual joint of the panels. And I had a lot of concerns about that. They kind of explained to me what was going on there. There's a metal plate behind, kind of cast into the walls that kind of connect each other. And that's kind of causing some of the cracking. So I can kind of see what they're saying. That's somewhat superficial. It's not structural. But as far as like maintaining this over time, that I have some concerns about that. So structurally, I don't feel like the building's going to fall, anything like that. I don't think that's something we have to like close on the building and keep people out. I don't think we're there. But as far as like continually maintaining this thing and seeing more and more of this over time, that's where I have issues or concerns. So I kind of agree that we get something that kind of guarantees that, if this keeps happening, that we need somebody to address this, and it doesn't need to be on Dubuque County time.
And Anthony, if there's unacceptable lag in getting something in writing, CJ can write them a letter asking for something in writing. But
Yep.
we shouldn't have to settle on, we don't, well, you're our local expert. You do an amazing job. And as Jay said, I don't like your pause. So we should feel secure that we have a way forward and we know what the maintenance is going to be and we know what to expect, and pardon the pun, but not settle. So,
well, I'm not a building engineer, but I can sense a few things. I can understand a few things about buildings. And this is a 2-year-old building. I don't think we should be seeing all this after 2 years, so I just have my concerns. Obviously, it is very concerning. We're all concerned about it. So maybe something this is you'd see after like 20, 30 years, but 2 years, so I don't, yeah, that's why I paused. I have some concerns. I've seen a 2-year-old building do this kind of thing.
do you need anything from us regarding this issue? I think we have concern.
Yeah. Again, advanced precast, they're kind of coming up with their final answer. Apparently they're still looking at it. I want to kind of see what they come out with their final answer. I know what FEH is saying, I know what Portson is saying, but the actual company that produced these panels, I want to see what they have to say, what their final answer is. And then I feel like that'll give us some direction on how to proceed from there and get guarantees and all this.
Well, I would like to see something in writing, and I do think that we might need to have a work session so all supervisors are informed.
Yep.
And that there's an explanation to us as well.
If you'd like, I could try to schedule maybe in 2 weeks for my work session to try to bring ports in and FEH and advanced precast in and see if we could get an update from them. See from them.
Only if I have something in writing before that.
Yeah. I'll relay that.
Could that be something caused with, your metal trusses running across, like fitting too tight, and then expansion and contraction from, the heat and cold, doors going open and it cools things down and it warms back up, it'd be fitting, them beams fitting too tight where that little bit of an expansion is causing that spalling or cracking around that area, or?
That's what my hunch was, that, first of all, there was this kind of revised pocket that they cut out. And then they cast a plate into that metal plate, and then they welded that to that location. Yeah, my feeling was that it was, you got to allow for expansion and contraction on a 110-foot bar joist beam. And if there's restraining there on that plate, you got that welding that's restraining. I feel like that was putting that pressure back and forth. Now, I was told by FEH that no, this is a very common thing, that these big trusses are always welded at the ends for basically tie down. So I wasn't really given the answer I thought I was going to hear. Again, they've kind of related to me that it's more superficial. It's not structural. So I don't have a good answer for you, to be honest.
Okay.
I appreciate the update on that, Anthony.
Yeah. Yes, thanks, Anthony.
Yeah.
Is there other discussion generally about the roads department?
None for me.
None for me.
Anything more, Anthony?
Motion to recess till 9?
I will second.
Motion a second to recess until 9. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. We'll meet everyone back here at 9 a.m. Thank you, Anthony.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony.
Dawn, will you be ready with screen sharing?
Good morning, Ann. Yes, I will be.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Good morning, Dawn.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. I have 9 a.m. I'll call the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors back into session for our regular formal meeting. At this time, I present the opportunity for anyone to address the board in public comments. If you choose to do so, you can do on the Zoom feature by raising your hand, enacting your video and giving us a wave, or entering a comment in the chat section. We'll wait a moment to see if anyone wishes to present a comment to the Board of Supervisors. I do not see any indication that anyone wishes to address the board, so we will continue on. Today, Monday, April 5th, 2021, we have a proclamation enacting April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas sexual assault affects women, children, and men of all racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds, and whereas in addition to the immediate physical and emotional costs, sexual assault may also have associated consequences of post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse, depression, homelessness, eating disorders, and suicide. And whereas sexual assault can be devastating not only to the survivor, but also for family, friends, and the community of the survivor. And whereas since no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate sexual assault on their own, we must work together to educate our entire population about what can be done to prevent sexual assault, support survivors and their significant others, and support those agencies providing services to survivors. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Supervisors in and for Dubuque County, on behalf of all staff and citizens of Dubuque County, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Dubuque County, Iowa, and encourage all citizens to learn more about preventing sexual violence. As for a motion to approve the proclamation.
So moved.
I will second that.
Motion is second to approve the proclamation declaring April 2021 Sexual Assault Awareness Month. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries unanimously. Do we know if there's anyone here from Riverview who intends to address us with a comment?
No comment, just a thank you. This is Elise from Riverview Center and Advocate.
Thank you, Elise. All right, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes of the meeting of March 22nd, 2021.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting of March 22nd. Excuse me, March 22nd.
I will second.
Motion is second to approve the minutes. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Consent items, we do not have any at this meeting. Procurement procedures. Our first is to approve a notice to bidders for the 2021 culvert replacements on various roads. Project L-C22 (02-7331).
I'd make a motion to approve the notice to bidders.
And I will second that.
Motion a second to approve notice to bidders. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Next is a motion to approve the request for proposals to furnish and apply pavement marking paint for Dubuque County Secondary Roads Department.
I will make a motion to approve the request for proposals to be in the courthouse at 3 o'clock on Monday, April 26th.
I will second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Our final motion for procurement is a motion to approve request for proposals, supply and deliver maintenance rock for Dubuque County Secondary Roads Department.
I will make a motion to approve the notice.
I will second that.
Motion is second to approve the request for maintenance rock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item number 5 is our public hearings. We have one public hearing. County Auditor Kevin Dragato, is there anything you'd like to say to the board before we, for context?
Good morning, everybody. This is in regards to the address change from Route 52 to Route 3. We put the notice for public hearing out in the paper. Today it was scheduled. The change took effect on April 1st. This is procedural for most part, just to get feedback. And then you'll be amending the Chapter 22 rural address ordinance. Are there any questions?
And where are we approving the ordinance change?
That would be amendment to Chapter 22 rural address ordinance, should be in your packet with the motions.
Is that just something
I
that
will
we're
make-
going to do at the conclusion of the public hearing, or is it listed as an action item? I guess
That
I'm
will
just
be-
wondering.
That will be completed at the end of the public hearing.
So I don't know. It doesn't say that we're going to take action. Are we saying that that's presumed?
It should be presumed. When I looked back in the minutes from previous meetings, when we've done address name changes, that motion came immediately after the public hearing was closed.
And do we have any way to show us that there's been, that publication has occurred? We're missing the proof of publication part of our agenda.
My understanding was that we were not including that in this meeting. I can get that to you. It was published. Dawn and I were discussing this last week.
Your office has a copy of the publication.
We do.
Okay, very good. Do the supervisors have any questions of Auditor Dragato before we open the public hearing? If not, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
And I will second that.
Motion a second to open public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are in public hearing. At this time, if anyone wishes to address the Board of Supervisors regarding the ordinance change for naming of streets, this is the opportunity to do so. You would use the Zoom feature of raising your hand. You can also enter a comment in chat. Do we have anyone present in the board chambers at the courthouse?
There is nobody present in the board chambers.
Okay, so we'll wait a moment and see if we have any, we have 19 participants gathered with us this morning in this meeting. I have no indication anyone wishes to speak, and thus I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion to
So
close
moved.
public hearing.
I will second that motion.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye, that motion carries. We are now back to Board of Supervisors. I was not contacted by anyone with comment regarding this amendment.
Our office did receive some questions, mostly concerned about the spelling of route and the abbreviation of it, and just confirming that no other portions of their addresses were changing. We have not received any other feedback other than technical questions on their half.
So it would seem that we are looking for, if someone could screen share, please, the requested action, which is approval of the ordinance change. There we are. So is it just 2 motions, or do we need a third?
It is
The
just
third is
those
I'll make a
two.
motion to. I would assume the motion to approve the ordinance. I will make a motion to approve the ordinance change.
I will second that.
We have a motion, a second, to approve the ordinance change. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries unanimously. Then I believe what we see here are the next 2 motions that are needed.
I'll make a motion to suspend the requirement that this amendment be considered and voted on for passage at 2 prior meetings.
I will second.
Motion is second. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries.
I'll make a motion that the amendment be adopted and that the auditor be directed to enter the appropriate changes in the official records and be directed to arrange for the publication of the amendment in the official county newspapers as required by law.
And I will second.
Motion is second. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries unanimously. Very good. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. I appreciate the help with the first address change ordinance. The next will go a little smoother.
Thanks,
Very
Kevin.
good. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day. All right. Next on our agenda, item number 6 is approval of plats. There are none presented to us at this time. Item number 7 is the action items. And the first item is a resolution to approve the hiring of deputies, assistants, and clerks. And that resolution is before us on shared screen.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution for hiring.
I will second that.
Motion is second to approve the resolution. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Next is a resolution to approve plans and specifications for the 2021 culvert replacements on various roads, project L-C22-02-73-31.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
I will second that.
Motion is second to approve the resolution. This appears to be culvert replacements specifically on Schulte Lane, Buncombe Road, and Stoffel Road. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Next is a resolution to approve plans, to approve the MOU Memorandum of Understanding with City of Dubuque for funding COVID-19 vaccine, point of delivery, and call center. This was before us in a work session last Monday. Do we have any questions? If there are none, we would be looking for a motion to approve that resolution.
My only question would be is if this has gone through review and or who has reviewed it or helped in contributing to the modifications or changes.
I specifically would want to know if the county attorney reviewed this.
This is Ed Raber, and the county attorney has reviewed this and responded that he had no reason to see why the county should not, if it wished, enter into this agreement. And the review of this document was done internally on our side with the health department, our senior staff over here under the supervisors, and working with City of Dubuque staff very quickly after last Monday's board meeting to prepare this for Wednesday's board packet.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or comments?
I will make a motion to approve.
I will second that motion. We have a motion and a second to approve the memorandum of understanding with the city of Dubuque. Is there any discussion?
I will only add, Supervisor McDonough, that the Dubuque City Council is looking to do a similar resolution tonight to authorize the city manager to sign this. So probably by the end of the day, end of this evening, it will be executed if you approve.
Is there any discussion among supervisors?
My only issue remains that it's the location. I personally believe if we want to reach the vulnerable population, we should be more active with more of like a mobile vaccination unit that would be able to go to where the vulnerable populations are. I just feel that we already have a place that we have to drive to or take a bus to. I think we should be looking at a place that people can walk to. It's my personal opinion.
Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, I ask all in favor of this motion, signify aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed signify nay.
Okay.
Very good. This motion carries 2-1. Thank you, Supervisor Potoff. I appreciate your comments. Our next action item is a motion to approve a duplicate warrant for Angela King for $40. There is the email.
I would make the motion to approve the duplicate warrant for $40 for Angela King.
And I will second that.
Motion and a second to approve the duplicate warrant. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Next is a motion to approve fireworks permit for Thunderhill's Country Club. And I must say I was delighted to see this. This actually looks like a little bit of normal, does it not?
I would make the motion to approve the fireworks permit for Thunder Hills Country Club.
And I will second that.
Motion is second to approve the fireworks permit for Thunderhills Country Club. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. We have several communication items. The first one is the audit with I. Bailey, which we have a work session in just a bit here. Did I miss
Chair?
something?
Chair.
Yep.
Sorry.
I see
Need
it.
F.
All right, sorry, we'll step back. We still have an action item, 7F. A motion to approve the Dubuque County True Terra. These are client applications for the watershed program.
If the supervisors agree, I would like to table this for our work session, after our work session, so we can make sure we're fully briefed. I will make a motion to table until after our work session later this morning.
I will second.
A motion is second to table. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, very good. Well done. We will visit this again later this morning. Next, we'll move on to the communication, and also the first item is the audit by I. Bailey. That's also subject to a work session, which is just communication. We can choose to receive and file, of course.
I'd make a motion to receive and file.
I'll second that.
We have a motion to receive and file the audit from I. Bailey. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries. Next is a jail inspection report. This came to me, and so I asked that it be placed as on our communication and just to receive and file. I'm not aware that we need to do anything more. I just wanted my colleagues to also be aware of this.
I was pleased to see that it says the Dubuque County Jail is in compliance with Iowa jail standards. So I will make a motion to receive and file.
I will second.
Motion is second to receive and file the jail inspection report. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. The next item we have is the memo from Piasta for the urban renewal amendment. This would be another item that we would receive and file.
I'd make a motion to receive and file the urban renewal area amendment.
I will second that.
Motion is second to file, receive and file the Piasta memo. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Next is the annual audit information for Q Casino.
I will make a motion to receive and file the audit statement from Q Casino.
I will second.
Motion second to receive and file audit from Q Casino. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. And the last is a manure management plan, which we also can take no action but receive and file.
I make a motion to receive and file the manure management plan from the Schmidt Farms.
And I will second that.
Motion is second to receive and file manure management plan, Schmidt Farms. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Next is appointments for information only, open vacancies. I think that at our next board meeting, we will be appointing to this boards and commissions the folks that have those that we have appointments for. At this time, it's informational only. And I'm not sure, next week is filling rapidly with things, so we'll have to look ahead to see how that agenda is working for April 12th. The next item is number 10, personnel requisitions. We do not have any for this meeting scheduled. Also, there are no tabled or pending items. So in short order, we are to public comments, another opportunity for the public to address the Board of Supervisors. If anyone wishes to do so, they can do so now. And you would do so by on Zoom, raising your hand, also entering a comment into the chat box, or enacting your video and just giving us a good morning wave. So we'll wait a moment or two to see. We have 23 individuals now attending the meeting virtually. For those who are here, and we will continue on, our work sessions will begin again at 10 o'clock this morning with a COVID update. And there are several other items that will come before the Board of Supervisors. So our day certainly isn't done by 9:21. We will be here for a full morning of learning and action. So I don't see anyone stepping forward virtually to say they wish to speak to us. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to go into recess until 10 a.m.
So moved.
I will second.
Motion is second to recess until 10. All in favor, say aye.
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 Very good. We'll see you all back at 10 a.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Jay. Looking out the window, I can just about see my grass growing.
Well, I have 10 o'clock and I'm pretty sure Supervisor Wickham will be joining us soon. There he is. Call the Board of Supervisors back into session for our 10 o'clock COVID work session. I note Patrice Lambert is with us if she'd like to unmute herself, and Tom Berger is present as well. I'm sure I'm missing others. Patrice, are you with us? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I am. Thank you. And I do believe Stacy was going to join us, Tom and I as well. So thank you.
Wonderful.
Would you like me to give just a real quick update, and then we will take any questions that anyone may have?
Yes, please bring us up to give us the information you think we need.
Okay. Everyone should have received the update from on Friday with our latest for our vaccines for this week, but I'll just briefly touch on for this week, we're expecting to administer 3,510 Pfizer vaccines, 200 Moderna vaccines, and 200 J&J vaccines. We're still using all of our vaccines for our Tier 2, our industry and manufacturing businesses, as well as patients from our vaccine providers of all ages. We're hoping to be able to finish our complete phase 1B, all of our tiers, by the end of next week. And in conjunction, we are looking at, as you know, the governor has said that everyone is eligible for vaccines starting today. She had also said that people still had to be patient because of the vaccine slowly coming into the state of Iowa. So it'll probably still be focusing for Dubuque County, our vaccines in completing the phase 1B, all of our tiers for this week and possibly into next week. And then we will be opening it up to all of the eligible Dubuque County residents that we have not been able to focus on as of yet. We're also looking at that about 42.5% of all of Dubuque County total population, 16 and older, have either completed the series or they're currently in the process. We also know that we're right about 84% of all of our county's 65 and older population that has either started the vaccination series or else they have completed it. And you probably did hear that Johnson & Johnson did have an error in one of their manufacturing companies out in Baltimore. Now, the state of Iowa was expecting a very large shipment from J&J. We do know that the shipment of J&J was not affected for this week. We did receive our 200 doses. Iowa Department of Public Health really truly believes that we might still be okay in receiving our J&J shipment next week, but we'll probably see a shortage in that J&J coming in the week after. We might even see that effect next week. The Iowa Department of Public Health always shares with us on Wednesday morning what they're giving us for an allotment. And then what we do is we meet with our vaccine providers and distribute those vaccines. So we are anticipating still our J&J for next week, but that is still somewhat questionable. The Iowa Department of Public Health as well are giving all of the counties designations of where they want that J&J to be given. As you know, it's only a one-time injection or vaccine. And for the 3 priority groups for the J&J, Iowa Department of Public Health has designated that to be used for industry. And they're also now looking at our higher ed campuses for the staff and the students, as well as special needs and hard to reach population. Now, when we do receive the J&J, that directive will be given to each county of what group we should be looking at to focus when we give that J&J. For the 200 doses that we have this week, it has been designated to look at our hard to reach population. So we are working on bringing in 200 of what we have deemed our harder to reach population for the vaccines for this week. We also know that the variant B117 is still out there, especially throughout the United States. Iowa now has 89 cases of that variant of B117. That's the only variant that is visible in the state of Iowa. We know that there's still additional studies by researchers being done now, but they truly do believe that the COVID vaccine does protect against this B117 variant. We know, though, that it can spread more easily than the regular strain. So we are encouraging people, when you do get a chance to get a vaccine, please take it. But also, once you do receive the vaccine, as well as if you don't have the vaccine, we still cannot let our guard down. We have got to continue to follow those social mitigation strategies. So that's pretty much our update, unless Tom or Stacy would like to add to that update, then we can take any questions. I don't hear any from them.
Patrice, this is
sure.
Ann McDonough. I know that they're both present here. Well, Tom is. Let me see if I do see Patrice. I don't know that I do. My question is, I guess, a step back. I've had a few people reach out to me and ask how the progress is being recorded toward the mask mandate. The language in the mask mandate says that when the Dubuque County Incident Management Team declares phase 1B is complete. So can you just refresh us? How close are we to 1B being complete?
We will probably always have 1B open. I'll say that right up front, because we'll always have those people who have been offered the vaccine but have declined for whatever reason, because of another commitment, or maybe they weren't comfortable getting the vaccine. So we know that people will change their mind and always want to have that vaccine. So just up front, it will probably never, ever be completed. However, for
right.
that,
I mean, that might be, we're never going to have 100% of anything. So let's set that to the side and talk about 1B being, feel that it's been successfully attained.
Correct. So, however, with the incident management team, we do truly believe that by the end, and again, it all depends on what our vaccine allocation is going to be for next week. But if we were to continue to get the vaccine allocation that we have been getting, we do believe that we're very close to closing in on our phase 1B, all of our tiers. So I would not say next week at the end of the week, but I would say if we continue to get the vaccines as planned, probably in 2 weeks. We should be seeing the closure of that. And I can also share that the Board of Health will be putting the mask mandate discussion on their next agenda for, I believe it's April 15th. So we'll have a much better picture of what our numbers are as far as that phase 1B, and with all of those tiers included. But I do believe that we'll see good progress this week and next week, but we still may possibly need 1 more week just to finish up on our industries.
Right. And I think that, like question is because we're making progress, good progress, and we want citizens to be aware that we are going to, we're checking back and we're making sure that we know what we're doing with the mask mandate in terms of what we said we were going to do and what those checkpoints are. So I'm glad
Sure.
to hear that it'll be an agenda item. I saw something on social media, which, I say that because that's my source, that 2 individuals who were vaccinated and had both shots for COVID have now, or subsequently now, have tested positive for COVID. Can you speak to that?
I would probably just refer those 2 individuals to their healthcare provider because, as you know, the COVID vaccine is not a live virus. So you really can't pick up COVID from getting a COVID vaccine. So they may have been in contact with someone even before they had received their first vaccine because COVID, once you are diagnosed with COVID, you could test positive for up to 90 days after that first diagnosed case. So it might just be that they might have been exposed before they started the vaccine and just really were asymptomatic, which a lot of our individuals have been when they have been diagnosed with COVID. So it might have just been that they were diagnosed before the vaccine was even given. But again, I would just encourage those individuals to contact their healthcare provider.
I guess.
And also,
right. But isn't the question, Patrice, that you can be immunized,
sure,
but
yeah.
you can still catch it?
Absolutely. None of our vaccines are 100%. Have 100% validity rate. Yes, it is. I believe all 3 are the 2, Moderna and Pfizer, are right at 95%, and J&J might be a little bit lower, but that's only because when they did their trial, they did do their trial in the countries that also had the variants that were present. So that did more than just the B117. So that did bring down their effectiveness a little bit lower than the Pfizer as well as the Moderna. But that's a good point also in sharing with the public that even when we do get through all of our phase 1B, as well as this situation that you're just now addressing, the CDC is still saying we need to continue to follow those social mitigations, including wearing face coverings. So that was a good point to even remind me to be telling the public that even though we might complete all of the phase 1B, the Board of Health will also be looking at the variants. There will be many variables, I should be saying, that the Board of Health will be looking at when discussing the mask mandate.
Patrice, this is Harley. It was my understanding that the vaccines didn't really prevent COVID, that you could get the virus, but chances of getting extremely sick from it, where you'd end up in the hospital, were greatly reduced.
Yeah,
that was my understanding. Is that wrong? Or?
Yeah, the symptoms would not be as severe because you don't know if you're in that 5%, of the 100% with a 95% effectiveness. You don't know. If we knew who did not have full coverage, it would make life much easier, but we don't know that. So you're correct. If people were to get the COVID, even after getting the vaccine for the COVID, the chances of the severity of the illnesses would be a lot less severe.
Patrice, and another question.
Sure.
We have approved the memorandum of understanding, and I will be in today, likely today, to sign that, tomorrow, whatever. But where are we with any progress for call centers? Is there anything that can be shared?
Yes, I believe the city is going to be doing a press release at noon for the new call center. And at that time, our number that we have in place down at the Visiting Nurse Association, we will still keep that live because so many people have been calling into that, but we will actually have a message referring them to the new call center. And that will be effective as soon as the press release goes out at noon by the city today. And we have also looked at with our special population for our J&J with the vaccines for this week. Our firefighters will be working on reaching that population with those 200 J&J doses.
Just to be clear, the call lines are for the entire county.
Correct.
They're not,
Yep.
but the city of Dubuque chose and set up the vendor. But the
Correct.
call lines are intended, that call center is for countywide.
That is correct. Yes. Thank you for verifying that. Yes.
That's an exciting thing to occur.
Mhm. And that'll be happening, shortly.
Hi, Ann. Can you hear me? This is Stacy.
Good morning, Stacy. Yes, welcome.
I apologize. I couldn't unmute fast enough earlier. So I just wanted to add a couple little things, if I may.
Absolutely.
So I apologize. It's kind of loud out here. I'm at a clinic today. We have a clinic going on this afternoon. But we have been continuing with our public health call center. So we have over 40,000 calls that have come into VNA so far. And we continue to answer questions with all the schools. And then last week, we started working with Kelly Larson with the City of Dubuque and our Equity Committee and some of our school nurses out in the county to find different ways to bring in some of our more vulnerable populations, especially those that may not want to come in through a traditional provider or have any insurance or documentation. So we've been doing some new and different things, including setting up tickets for people to come in and get their vaccinations with VNA. And so we'll be partnering with the fire department on a lot of those populations as well. So we're really excited that we started just kind of looking at different ways to give those vaccines. And to date, VNA has given almost 4,300 vaccines. So we will continue on doing that week to week. We expect to be out here 3 days this week. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on where we were.
Thank you. That's wonderful news.
Hey, Stacy, this is Harley.
Yes.
Was there any discussion on trying to set up some different pod sites just as a walk-in thing? I guess just trying to come up with some ideas like Penn Place Apartments, just go out there for a day where people can just walk to the, vaccination site and, go back home, trying to reach this vulnerable population that don't have the mobility here. Yes.
Absolutely. So, and actually bringing up some of those sites, we actually have started having those conversations. I've been communicating pretty routinely with Kelly Larson and then our school nurses out in the county who have been just a great resource in reaching some of these families. And we are certainly open to that. Everything kind of depends week to week on what we get, what VNA gets, and where we need to be. But we are certainly open to looking at different ways to do this. We really feel like we've done a great job at the pod and having that structure set in place, and then now adding the additional fire department and that structure in place. I think we're still missing that link of going to where the people are at. And so we are certainly open to finding a way to get that out there.
Okay, thank you. I just think we need to have better outreach, whether it's a day at the park at 24th and Jackson, or a day, like I said, Penn Place, or, anywhere there's large residential community where we can get people, the vulnerable population that can just walk in to get it instead of having to commute someplace, I guess.
I agree. And I think maybe some less formal places as well. It's very formal out here at the pod, and that can be intimidating for people. Mm-hmm. And so I think finding something a little closer and smaller and more intimate, I think will also help bring people in.
The pod has been super, so.
Mm-hmm. And I do know that with Kelly Larson, there has been discussion of even going to some of the churches with that vulnerable population to be able to do it, you know, right after a church service or in the basement, as well as there has been discussion with the apartment complexes as well. So I know that that equity meeting or committee is looking at a variety of ways to reach that population.
Okay, thanks, Patrice. Thanks, Stacy.
Sure.
Yep.
Supervisor Wickham, do you have any questions?
I like what I'm hearing. No questions. So I appreciate everybody's involvement. I think we're heading in the right direction as far as just talking about having more access across the county, and obviously more vaccines as well. So everyone keep up the good work. We're starting to head into the thick of it, which is very good to hear.
Very good. Thank you everyone for your report today.
Okay, thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move on to our work session. We have a work session with Ide Bailey regarding the fiscal year 20 county audit. And I believe we have a guest, Brian Unson from Ide Bailey, who's going to join us.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Well, we hear you fine. If you want to go ahead and give us your summary comments.
Sure. I'm going to try to share my screen. I just put a couple slides together just to kind of see if I can get this. Can everybody see the slide now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is the annual financial statement audit that we're talking about, which just kind of wanted to start by going through the audit requirements. The audit is first a financial statement audit. So the county is required to put together accrual basis accounting financial statements for the state. This is all under Chapter 11 of the Code of Iowa. So these financial statements need to be presented with generally accepted accounting principles and audited under governmental auditing standards. So that what that does is that kind of makes sure that the financial statements are comparable to other governments within the country, as well as brings in some compliance with laws and regulations. And then on top of that, we also look at internal controls for designing our audit procedures. So that's kind of all built into the financial statement audit. In addition to this, the county is also subject to a federal single audit, and that's because you are awarded more than $750,000 of federal awards each year. This year, the major programs that were selected to test were the Equitable Sharing Program, which is your federal forfeitures, and the Highway Planning and Construction Program, which was a heritage trail. So those are the requirements. And then I'm just going to jump right into the audit results. Sometimes we'll kind of just flip through the financial statements page by page, but I think you're probably most interested in the audit results. So we'll just skip right to that. So for the financial statement audit, the financial statements were found to be materially correct. There was no significant non-compliance with laws or regulations noted. As part of being part of Chapter 11, there's also a lot of state code compliance that we look at. And we did note 2 state code compliance items that we are required to report. One was related parties, which we do every year. So they're reoccurring. The state did up what they would consider a conflict of interest up to $6,000 this year. So that gives you a little bit more leeway, but there was still one over 6,000. And we just kind of say, well, you should check into that to see if there's a conflict of interest. This is a reoccurring one with a part-time elections official who also owns a business the county does business with. So really nothing new there. We also look at deposits and depository resolutions. And we did note where a lump sum payment was made to a nonprofit this year. And then some of that was paid back. So that was kind of like the trigger. It's like, okay, why are you getting a refund? So then it kind of comes down to, county funds more at risk being held by a nonprofit. So that was the other state compliance item that we noted. For internal controls, nothing new there. In fact, a material weakness last year. So the internal control kind of hierarchy or material weaknesses are the worst. Those are things that we feel could result in a material misstatement of financial statements. And then we also have significant deficiencies, which we think, we think there's controls in place to prevent a material audit adjustment. But at the same time, we believe they're important enough to bring to the board. So that's what this one is. It's a significant deficiency. We think it's important that you should know about, which is the lack of segregation of duties in the county recorder's office. And that's just a product of them having a limited staff in, everybody having to work the counter and no one person in charge of each duty.
Brian, can I ask you a question about that?
Yep.
That has been flagged many times, and if you go back many, many years, there was an issue in the recorder's office that produced criminal charges. So there needs, certainly there's a solution. And so what might the solution be to get us out of the situation in the recorder's office?
There's a couple ways you could go about it. Within the recorder's office itself, if you somehow designated one person to not have like the receipt duty and just to do the reconciliations and the reporting, which is hard to do, or take a conscious effort to do that, to restrict their access to some of the other duties. Or like in the case of the sheriff's office, what the sheriff's office has kind of done is ask the auditor's office to do some of that review and reconciliation process. And that, we kind of talk about the hierarchy, material weakness, significant deficiency, and then there's control deficiencies as well that we don't feel raised to the level to bring to the board and to put in our report because of the compensating controls. So in a case like that, the control deficiency would probably still be there. Someone still has access to do, maybe take a receipt. However, we feel that the compensating controls are enough to not report it, that, something would be caught if it was material.
And Chair McDonough, that's one thing that we've talked to Brian about, looking at how we can get that finally off this report. And Megan and I were leaning towards speaking with the recorder's office and talking about bringing the reconciliation back into our office and sort of taking any extra steps we can do to satisfy these requirements and get this one wiped off for good.
Very good. And I note the one previous to this that Brian, you mentioned was our general assistance program with Resources Unite. And that's been also changed and modified, and that's coming back in-house. So, and we've already done that. So, I mean, as you discover things, we're working to address them. Everything is fine. There's not anything in the audit that I feel is alarming by any means, but it's good to say, well, what can we do to make this go away forever?
Yeah. An important thing to note is, even from last year, there's been improvement. I think last year we had a total of 5 comments or 5 findings, and this year it was down to 3. So improvement has been being made. Some things are a little bit more difficult to tackle than others, and I would say this recorder one is one of those, just because there is limited staff. But overall, things are getting improved every year, which is what we like to see.
Very good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not sure how much it would entail to get that out of there, but I know John had put in for a part-time person down in the recorder's office. Would that be something that would help alleviate some of this and not put quite so much onto you? Or
I mean, I can't speak to what John would say about the part-time person. If you hired a part-time person and you train them to do everything in the office, then no, that's not going to solve the problem here. You're alluding to what I see the simplest answer to be: get somebody who only does one item. You don't have everybody trained. The office is working on an appointment basis anyway at this point. They can control the flow of people. You know, you don't need as much as that cross training, in my opinion. But again, I am not speaking on behalf of the recorder's office. That's simply the auditor's office opinion.
I was just looking at it as if
Yeah,
we throw
no,
more on you, obviously.
I'd look at it the same way, but we're happy to, you know, we look at this as a way to, you know, make Brian's job a little bit easier and take some things off here. We're getting to the point where if we want to continue the trend of getting better each year, it's going to get harder because we're getting down to the nitty gritty. We're down to, we went from 5 to 3, you know, we're going to shoot for 2 or 1 next year. And that's going to take some work on our part. And we're, you know, we're not afraid of that, but we will need cooperation from other departments to help do this.
Okay.
Thanks, Harley.
Well, thank you, Kevin.
The last item on this slide is just to note that there was no federal single audit findings. So this was the second year in a row that we did equitable sharing, which is a federal forfeiture, the outfitting with new sheriff vehicles. And so we did note last year that there was the SAMS check, the check in which you check to make sure the vendors are not suspended or debarred under federal guidance. Were not being done. This year they took care of that, and that comment was gone as well. So again, another instance where, you know, an audit noted something that could be improved, and then the improvement happened the next year. I briefly wanted to just note financial statement, you know, the actual financial results. A lot of governments will focus on the general fund. So that's what I did here. The general fund balance. So this would be your assets minus your liabilities. For fiscal year 20 is 22.7 million, where in fiscal year 19 it was 19.4 million. So that was an increase of almost 3.4 million. And what we like to do with that, just as kind of a gauge, is we like to compare that to your expenditures. In your case, I also included the transfers out, because the transfers out is your subsidy to Sunnycrest, which I thought was an important factor. So I took the expenditures and transferred out and just did a simple ratio, and your ratio is 71%. 71% is very good. You know, when bonding agencies kind of look at these things, they're looking for at least 20%. I think some may even say 25%. You know, some people put in a policy for around 20%. So being at 71%, you're very stable. You have funds to withstand, you know, a decrease in revenue and still have the money there for expenditures. It's just kind of a gauge. I also threw in the same ratio for Black Hawk, Story, and Dallas counties. And this is all June 30th data. And they were kind of right in line with previous year, you know, 71, 61% that you had. They were within the 63, 54%. So just kind of looking at those, you're kind of in line with those other counties. Any questions on that before I kind of... The other big thing that you'll notice when you look at the report is that you will see an actual decrease in fund balances in your governmental funds. And the reason for that, it was just another big year for capital additions. So in your governmental funds, you don't get to record capital assets and you don't record debt. It's basically kind of your short-term look. So for that fund balance to go down is not a surprise. In fact, it was budgeted to go down. But the reason for that is you're paying down debt. You didn't take any more long-term debt out. And then you're also investing in roads. The West Campus was finished up, in the emergency radio system. So you may see a decrease when you look at the fund level statements, but then when you get to the government wide, where you do get to record your capital assets, you'll see a big increase, and that's what's driving that. Were there any questions or any statements that you wanted me to go over specifically? I know, like I said, some years we'll just kind of flip through the report, and I know that can kind of, well, number one, take a lot of time, and then number two, I want to make sure that we talk about the pages that are most interested for you.
Supervisor Wickham, Supervisor Potoff, are there any questions or anything we wish to address?
I have nothing. I've gone through it a couple times, being the first time going through it. First, I thought it was written in Japanese. The second time, it's getting a little better. I'll go through it another time and I'm starting to figure it out a little bit.
Yeah, ninth time's the charm, Harley.
A few years ago, we were actually very involved in preparing the report. So I would have been more than glad to give you specifics on everything. This year was at least the second year that Megan and the auditor's office prepared it. So if you have any specific questions, you have a great resource right next door that can tackle those, but we'd be more than happy to tackle them too. And with our audit documentation, we should have all the answers in there too.
I personally find this, Brian, much more helpful to talk high level and just the nature of the findings and the corrections than it is page after page. So I think that that's helpful. It also better educates, I think, many of the department heads and the folks who are present with us right now. They see better what the purpose of the audit is, and you know, to leave the detail to those who enjoy it most. But I think it's important to be literate in certainly what the purpose of the audit is and what the high level is. So I appreciate your work on this as well.
And I just want to take a minute to thank Brian and I Bailey and Megan, who is not with us today. She is enjoying a day off, which is nice. And you know, he's welcomed me, and we're going to continue to work and get this as solid as we possibly can. So thank you, Brian, and everybody at I Bailey.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure working
Good
with
to see
you.
you. Thank you a lot.
Okay, so we'll continue on to our next work session, which is we have several guests, which is exciting. Some providers and significant providers in our community who do work with the coordinated entry program. So I want to be sure that we invite those individuals if they would have interest or something to share. I want to be sensitive to that, Ed, if you'd kind of look for that as well. I see that we have our local director of HACAP here, Ron Axtell, at least is showing on the screen. I thought, yes, Amanda Holman is here from ECIA. So, I mean, we do have some folks here, and of course, the Veterans Affairs staff is present as well as we look at the discussion to go along with the several page memo that you had for our packet. If those folks want to chime in, I would welcome their opinions as well. I don't see Jim Munson from Hillcrest, but Ed, why don't you give us, I think maybe just a quick highlight of what we're doing and give up supervisors opportunity for questions. I personally feel rather informed about this, so I want to let there be opportunity for Supervisor Potoff and Wickham to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair McDonough. This is Ed Raver. In your packet, I have a memo. It's similar to another memo I had previously just internally had sent to you. It has a couple of updates, but what I wanted to let you know, the gist of the memo is that as the county was considering its alternate path for the administration of the general assistance program, at least the rent and utilities portion of that, there are three portions: rent assistance, utility assistance, and funeral expenses, that simultaneously with some of the county's consideration of that, the network of providers of rent and utility assistance in the county, there are a couple other partners that do that out there, with sometimes with federal dollars or the grant dollars, sometimes with just philanthropic contributions that they might receive, that their intended purpose is to assist those that need assistance in Dubuque County. That they had been making some plans for how they could streamline their efforts, and that that group had met, and we piggybacked on having another meeting with them last month in March to see how potentially general assistance might fit in with what they're calling the coordinated point of entry. In the memo, I describe how they're doing that, where anyone seeking assistance is funneled through that coordinated point of entry. The tip of that is through Community Solutions, which is a sort of a subsidiary nonprofit part of ECIA. And Amanda DuPont is on call here, and that's been one of the people that I have leaned on for assistance in helping to understand how they would do that. The goal through that, and some of those partners may want to speak a little bit about that, but the idea would be that clients that come through that coordinated point of entry would be identified for how they can best be assisted. That may be today through the Iowa Finance Authority's rent and utility assistance programs that are ongoing, just got restarted. At some point, there may be an indication that this client is a good fit for the county's general assistance programs for rent or utility assistance, and as opposed to just directing the client to call us, the individual that's actually assisting that client in the network would be essentially their case manager, and they would handle working with the county on that. And so the client would not be pushed here to run to us or to other service providers. This would all be done sort of through the network, so that the client only has to be coming to get into the system. The network, one of those network partners would identify how they could be the lead on that, and that case manager would be the one that would be reaching out to the county as either the sole provider for a one-time, or for a part of a sort of a team effort between a couple of different programs to meet the needs of this individual. I'd like to add that there's a couple different, those people from Dubuque County that are looking for that kind of assistance, they've already been filtered into something that is someone that's in need of some short-term assistance. There's another group of individuals that have perhaps more profound needs, and they are not a part of this. They're being dealt with through that coordinated point of entry for more long-term case management and assistance to help them get back to where they need to be. We're going to be involved. We've been invited to be involved with the coordinated point of entry and their client list that comes through there, that would be relatively individuals needing some short-term assistance or a one-time assistance. So those are the two different ways that that network is dealing with those issues, and how likely we fit into that. This achieves a few things, one of which is clients are not being required to go to a bunch of different providers seeking assistance. It happens in a coordinated fashion through phone calls, or any of these providers can just, if they're sitting across from them in person or virtually on the phone, they can help direct them to that. And the network can then figure out, how can we best help this individual? We would be one of the resources that they would be looking at, depending on or based on the criteria of how we want to provide that assistance in terms of income thresholds, the amount that we can provide. I don't believe that the network partners thought that there was anything that you needed to change about that, what you're doing. Just whatever that is, that let them know what that is, and that's how they can help deliver those services. And Randy Renison at the Veterans Affairs, if that is the placement for this program at the county, they would be dealing directly and most primarily with those other network providers rather than with the clients themselves. They would be a provider of the resources back to those case managers. So I'm going to stop now. I've kind of described that whole process and sort of where the outcomes are and how that would look for us as a county administering that, and what those partners are. A couple of those network partners are on the call here. If you have any questions for me or what I wrote there, I'd be happy to try to answer them. And as I said, some of those network partners are on the call as well.
Do we have questions as supervisors of Ed or of the partners about the outline of how this may function?
Yeah, a lot. So, so this is different than what we talked about when we decided to, as a board, make the change from Resources Unite to back in-house. And so this looks like I'm not saying it's bad, it's just much different. And my overarching question would be, is this allowed through code, Iowa code, related to a county's general assistance program? We checked into that pretty extensively on the Resources United. You know, we needed to assign a director and all those things and maintain confidentiality. But, you know, going through an entire network sounds good, but is it allowed to use general assistance dollars to do this? I'm not against it. I'm just, it seems to be much different than the direction I heard the board indicating they wanted to go a few months ago.
Well, if I can, first of all, there will continue to be, we are required by code, and we will have a director of general assistance, and that will be Randy Renison, our Veterans Affairs director. And that's where this would be. He's been that in the past, and I will be with the Veterans Commissioners on Wednesday just to give update and answer questions. Randy has been involved in this group. This comes from the Homeless Coalition, which is where a lot of these providers know each other from. And Randy's been active in that organization as well. So that is statutorily complies. We have discretion is still with the county. The handling of the resources to comply with the auditor's requirements, those will all be at the county level through the Veterans Affairs Department. So I think we've met all of the statutory code requirements and all.
How do you maintain confidentiality amongst 15 different entities, or how many entities you can do that? So that's the first breach I see, is that they're not coming to the county, it's
right.
Going through a network. And how do you maintain that confidentiality through that entire network?
They have their provision, they have their way that they handle confidentiality as a group. There's waivers that are signed at the time that a person enters into the coordinated entry program. And then again, the way the county handles it with payments will actually be an improvement over the current process, because the veterans will again go back to doing it the way they had previously, which required there to be HIPAA compliance. So I think we're going to have greater confidentiality, in fact.
I think that's the other piece that maybe Randy certainly could comment on this more, but you know, my understanding was we wanted to have differentiation between Veterans Affairs and General Assistance. So we keep commingling our language, and even in this document, it talks about the Veterans Affairs Department. And so Randy, feel free to jump in. I believe there should be separation between those. We keep commingling those. And so Randy, comment if that's okay, or how you want those two departments to be seen, since you're going to be the head of both.
Well, my understanding at the meeting, they had a bunch of questions, but I said, you know, it's totally up to the Board of Supervisors. I made that very adamant that, you know, it's not my decision. It's the Board of Supervisors' decision. We made kind of a point where if, you know, ECIA had an individual that needed $600 in rent, instead of them paying the full 600, or they cannot afford the 600, they would contact our office, not the clientele, but the actual department that they're working with, and say, would Dubuque County be able to handle a $200 rental agreement with this individual to keep them in their apartment or their house or whatever. And then that, where I also said it would be up to the department or the Board of Supervisors on how much you're going to allocate for these individuals. The clientele will not call us personally, so I don't see it really affecting the Veterans Affairs. As you know, last Saturday, we're starting to do outreach again for coffee and donuts. We're planning on next month, June 5th is our picnic one. We're doing at the Floor Park. I mean, we're still working with the veterans, but the whole concept is we would not have direct contact with the clientele. They would just call us because we'll be the last payee resort and it'd be up to the Board of Supervisors what the requirements would be if they would qualify to get this accounting assistance. I believe that's what me and Ed brought up at that meeting. And Amanda was there. If it's something different, I mean, we're not going to do the paperwork. We would do some of the paperwork on the guidelines on what you guys are requiring these individuals to seek, what kind of assistance. So, I mean, that's what I'm understanding, unless it's something different.
From a record keeping standpoint, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, this is a time where, you know, we don't have the guidelines rewritten. This would require, making these changes would require Dubuque County General Assistance Guidelines to be extraordinarily revamped, you know, redesigned completely, made tremendously more simple. So this is a time for the three supervisors to see if we think that this is a better way forward in terms of the redesign of a program that works with organizations that are already coordinating, and does our involvement with this better meet the needs of the citizens that we serve in general assistance. So that's the reason here. We don't have a final program to deliver to you because we haven't done any work with the guidelines themselves. Those still need to be put together. But I think we have a pretty clear vision of what this could do to help the county citizens, and also allow our Veterans Affairs to do what they've done very well in the past. And at high level, it shouldn't complicate their lives further and take away from Veterans Affairs in near the way that the previous program did. So I think that's a great blending of their compassion and their empathy and their systems approach. And it allows us to stretch our dollars further, because they're going to be joining with the millions of federal dollars and the millions of state dollars that are available. And we'll be putting in our piece to that, but we'll be working with the folks drawing down the vast array of those dollars. So I think I'm obviously thrilled that this is a possibility for the county to work with these people.
I'd agree with you, and I think it's great that we have this collaboration between all the entities coming together to make this flow smoothly. I just think it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, and I'm not against it. It's different than what this board discussed when we were exiting Resources Unite. The comment was in-house, you know, let's have our people do it. And so just a couple months later, it's like, no, let's go to a wider group. I have always been stating I think Veterans Affairs should be dedicated to Veterans Affairs. And so you won't get any pushback from that from me if this allows them to be more dedicated in that area, since they do have multiple responsibilities. But it's just drastically different than where we were a few months ago. And the other thing I'd caution the board is, you know, the dollar amounts that we spend on people that are alive related to social services is quite small. And so, you know, rewriting everything and spending a lot of time and energy on a very small dollar amount comparatively to other, you know, areas that we fund may not be the best benefit.
I would like to ask Amanda DuPont. I know you were instrumental in doing this work, and I see Ron, you've been at the table, Ron Axtell. HACAP is fortunate to have you joining them with our community action programming. You're going to be the you know, this I think allows every Dubuque citizen in need to be eligible and register for LIHEAP. some federal programs that have been overlooked, and there's been, some holes in our system, during our last few years at least. So do you want to give us any information about how you see this all working together?
Well, I think even before the discussion about general relief, there needed to be better coordination with all the different programs and resources that are providing rental assistance and utility assistance here in Dubuque County. With our homeless programming through HACAP, we provide rental assistance. With our LIHEAP program, we provide utility assistance. And with the pandemic, there's a lot more funds coming in. There's a lot more, there's a lot of agencies have additional funding, more than they've ever had, to provide assistance in those two areas. So I think it's really important that we coordinate those services. And I think the best place to do that is to start with the coordinated entry and with Amanda. ECA has done an excellent job with that as far as homelessness. And I think to include both the rental and the utility assistance makes perfect sense. One of the things we don't want is people running around, getting the runaround with different agencies and organizations. They run over to one place, oh, we can't help you, go over there, and then they go over there. We really want to have this better coordinated, make it a better experience for the individual. And really, that's going to be a win-win also for the agencies that are involved. So HACAP is definitely supportive of this effort.
Yeah, and just to kind of add how how coordinated entry in our homeless hotline has evolved a little bit. So we started out really focusing on the literally homeless population in Dubuque and Delaware County with our homeless hotline. And then with COVID, we were able to get a lot more money, HACAP and ECIA. And to kind of clarify, Community Solutions of Eastern Iowa, that's our nonprofit arm under ECIA that houses all of our homeless programming and things like that. So we were able to get some more money, HACAP focusing on homeless prevention dollars, CSEI focusing on still the rapid rehousing for Dubuque and Delaware County. And then it just kind of evolved into us all coordinating a little bit more. We all of the partners, we noticed there was a big divide between those of us who had federal dollars and those of us who had some unrestricted local funds to support individuals and households just needing like a one-time assistance. So yep, we were able to get together, kind of talk about the two different processes and kind of what we're doing and how we can kind of collaborate a lot more to work together. And the idea was formed, why not use the homeless hotline? It's the centralized intake process where we give clients one phone number to call. They call us, we get their information, hear their story, make referrals. It's very client informed, trauma informed. So clients only have to tell their story once. And so then we have our prioritization list, which is what us and HACAP use for our federal programs. And we're seeing that we're serving people a lot longer than anticipated. And then we have our referral list, which is the partnering document where the providers are able to see who we're putting on as we're putting on. The provider is then able to take the lead of saying, okay, based on this information, we can go ahead and pull this person. I'll be the lead case manager, seeing, okay, whether or not I can provide the full amount of assistance that's requested, or reaching out to some of the other partners, including the county, to see if we can piece some things together. The goal with the referral list really is to assist the individuals that have a plan. They're what HUD considers to be more housing ready. So they have a plan, they have some income. After assistance, it's anticipated that they won't need our help again. So that's kind of the goal with the referral list, and we're thinking kind of how the discussion came with the county fitting in.
Yeah, and so, definitely Ron and Amanda, I appreciate you being here and appreciate what you do for the community. And so that was never a question for me. I know and I've stated many times, we have many good nonprofits and many good people running them and helping. And so that's not where my questions are. They're really more internally with Dubuque County. And so, directing to the general assistance staff, what are they going to do? And if the answer is nothing, if we're not going to manage cases, and the previous process that was in place is no longer going to be there, and we're just going to be a pass-through, that's what I want to know internally. And so it's really more internally, related to certainly Randy, your department and supervisors. Is that the understanding? So we're not going to really manage any general assistance cases. We're not going to talk to the public. Is that where we are? And I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just trying to understand, because it's much different than where we were, say, 3 months ago when we made this change. So maybe help me with internally, what are our people who are county employees going to be doing related to the general assistance program?
Well, from my understanding,
you can answer that.
I was pretty much straightforward at that meeting, saying that we're not case managers. None of us have the degree in case management. That's more the other collaboration we're going to work with. And with the program there, they could actually, especially with COVID and restrictions and stuff, we're able to, I believe it's a website Amanda put up together. So if they call us, say Amanda called our department, and whatever guidelines you guys have in place, I could actually look at the paperwork over the internet and make the decision for the supervisors to say yes or no if they qualify for that allotment that they're requesting, or the assistance they're requesting. So, I mean, it's really not taking work away from, but we would want in place from the Board of Supervisors, the direct guideline, or if there's an ordinance put in by you guys about individuals, like some of the counties have, we don't have to do the appeal process again and send in 12, 13 people at one time. And that was brought up at that meeting that, 2 to 3 weeks is a big, long time to wait for individuals to get the assistance. So, we would need a work session, everyone come together, even with Kevin, on how we would do the vouchers. We're talking about the finger ink that we use for our veterans, where we can just do it over a smartphone and they would sign the voucher. If that's a program that Kevin would be interested in. That way, clientele, if they're at ECIA, they don't have to come all the way down to Dubuque County, sign for the voucher. We can do it right over the phone, over whatever the guidelines are put in place, and it'd be a lot smoother operation for the clientele. And the way I'm looking at it, or what I heard at that meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I can't answer or talk for the supervisors. That's why I kept going back, saying it's totally up to you three to make the decision if you want to be part of this program. And that's what, I can't think of his name now. But he actually said, would we be interested in being part of this program to make everything smoother for the clientele?
Thank you. And that helps a little bit, Randy. I appreciate that. And then, so, my direct questions are, so we, at any one time, we previously had 1.5 to 2 full-time employees doing general assistance for the county, and specifically, Nick, Doug, and then Randy were the people that ran those programs. Is that going to be the case? And so I'm looking more internally, and if we're not there, that's fine. But back to my other supervisors, is that when we brought it in-house, that's what my assumption was, that they'd be doing those roles again. Is that not the case? So we no longer will have that many full-time employees doing general assistance?
No, that is, it is not the case where we will be actively managing this. The county will be applying whatever guidelines and probably criteria that the supervisors establish, a new direction, much greatly simplified, guidelines that other partners will have as well to know whether or not someone, qualifies for general assistance.
Agreed. What did you envision, though, we'll have the same amount of employees or less? And I'm okay with either answer. I'm just unclear. So will it be just Randy and a little bit of his time because we have a partner network, or will we be back to having 1.5 full-time employees?
We kind of talked about that, Jay. I got spring school coming up to get my CEUs to keep my, position here as executive director of the VA. And with this guideline, if I'm gone, the outside agencies will know that they can rely on, if say Michelle and Nick are back and they call here and say, we're looking for rental assistance for an individual, they could, reach out to me at my school because it's down in Des Moines. And I could say, well, look at the guideline. If they meet the guideline and by the supervisors, by all means, they're going to be eligible for that program. So like I said, go ahead and approve that person.
But Nick and Doug wouldn't be part of the program. Nick and Doug would not be doing general systems.
I just threw Nick and Michelle out there just in case I went to spring school or, you know, we do our nationals, but they got canceled again this year. But even if I have to go like the next nationals in San Antonio for a week to 10 days, we can't wait for 10 days. Well, me personally, I don't want an individual wait 10 days to get approved. And the direction that you guys give us to say, this is what they qualify for, and this is our guideline and, you know, policies, they would be able to, you know, text me or something and I could reply back quickly, say, yes, approve them. That way we can keep moving on with the program, even without with our other outside agencies. So, I mean, we're all,
thank you.
We're all going to be part. I would just be the overseeing everything, making sure the, you know, all the vouchers are getting handled properly, signed properly to Kevin, to make sure that if there was ever an audit that, you know, $250 didn't go in Randy Renaissance bank account. It actually went to, you know, the rent or utilities that were supposed to go. So
Randy,
I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Right. Randy, you're expecting your staff's going to be cross-trained to do this.
Yes. And we're still going to be doing all of our veterans. Like I said, we're, you know, that coffee and donuts on Saturday was a great turnout. We got a lot of good information. You know, we got a couple of businesses already calling saying that they would like to set up our next coffee and donuts to put out their, you know, product or what they have to offer, like Birchwood Golf on Mondays, 9 holes in a golf cart for $16 for veterans all day long. So that means that's a pretty good deal for veterans. So, and that's all year long. I know Thunderhill's offer some stuff and they're reaching out. So, I mean, this, we're still going to be doing our outreach. We're not going to turn our back. Our commissioners have great faith in us to handle both veterans in this program here. But, you know, we just need to get input from the supervisors on how you want general assistance being handled and stuff like that. So
when we first decided to move it back to the VA general assistance, this collaborative effort between everybody was just starting to come about. And maybe that's where there's some confusion, and it has evolved substantially since that point, right?
Yeah, and that meeting we had, it started at 11 and we sat there till about 1:30. Everyone got input out, what, you know, but me and Ed, like I said, we couldn't talk for the supervisors. Ann was sick that day. She could have maybe answered a few questions, but me and Ed always referred back to, you know, we have to talk to the board of supervisors before we can commit to this program or even a policy or guideline. I mean, that's just me. You guys are the boss on this program, and I can't, you know, talk for you guys until I have it in front of me, and then I can relay it back to the coordinated group that we had. But it was a good turnout. Everyone had their input, and like I said, that computer program that Amanda showed us, I think it would work very well instead of, you know, them bringing paperwork down to us or vice versa. We can just do it right over the computer and just, you know, talk through the landline pretty much.
Right. Harley, the actual coordinated entry has been phased in over several years. So that's probably been what, 2.5 years, Amanda, maybe 3, that coordinated entry has been being created in our community. COVID has really, and the funding has really energized, and with Operation New View becoming HACAP, so we have a new community action program. That's when, and COVID all hit about the same time to really bring the gaps in structures in place. And so these providers have been working together seamlessly for well more than a year, probably 18 months, to burnish this program into what we're seeing. And so knowing that that's happening and that we have an opportunity as general assistants to work with them behind the scenes stretches every one of our dollars to reach the most critical point. And so it just gives us a chance to stretch the budget and to make sure that we're moving the whole community toward coordinated programming. So without, they're creating organically case management. We're just a small piece to that. So it's a great
Yeah,
opportunity.
I
for
agree.
us.
I think the big two differentiations. So, you know, we're public. We're public. This is public money. Those entities you mentioned are private nonprofits traditionally. And so that's the differentiation that I think we should be clear on. And then my last comment would be, or question, if somebody knows, and doesn't have to be today, but are any other counties doing this roughly our size, and how's it working? How is it working? And so if we have anything that we can learn from other entities that are doing this, I would be interested in that feedback.
Ed,
Thank
my
you.
understanding is you found some other counties that are also starting to embrace this.
Yes, Supervisor McDonough. I had taken an opportunity to reach out to a couple other general assistance officers or directors in some other counties. And I believe both Lynn and Johnson County are moving in this direction after having talked with them. I think Lynn County is, and Johnson County is moving toward that in 2021.
Any documents you can get to that would be great. I'd love to see those.
I think what we need to know for purposes of today is if we have consensus that this is a direction to proceed. Do we feel that we can start looking at the changes that we need to make in the guidelines for general assistance? Or do we need another work session to come back to get ourselves organized enough to make this change for July 1st? And Jay, you're frozen.
I'm still here. Yeah,
Okay.
This is the benefit of being on two lines, because occasionally, every now and then, the internet doesn't work real good down where I'm at, but I'm back. So yeah, I've heard everything you said, so I appreciate that. Certainly I'm interested in having more of the information we talked about. I'm really more interested internally. I understand there's great partners under there. I understand that they collaborate together. I understand that collaboration is really good in this space. I'm just more interested in what are our employees going to do, and what are the public processes we're going to engage in as a public entity. And if we can make those clear, so when Stella does the accounting for audit purposes, are we going to have 1.5 full-time employees assigned to general assistance? Is that going to be funded like that? And or are they going to be handling cases, or are they going to be handling clients? Because the thing that jumped out at me in the brief was general assistance program will no longer be a partner agency rather than a provider agency. And so that's just where we came from. We came from kind of outsourcing it, so to speak, and assigning a private entity. And I was told we want to do it internally. And now we're just flipping it right back out to an outside partnering group. And so specifically, what are our employees going to do? And if it's just process things from a partner group, I just need to know that so that, I can explain it to the public. And right now I can't. I don't know how many employees are processing claims and or providing case management and doing what we normally had done in general assistance prior to Resources Unite. And so I still have a lot of questions.
Very good. So we will meet again, and I will be before the commissioners on Wednesday to bring them an update of how the process is going from supervisors, from my perspective. And do we have any final questions from Randy? Do you have anything that you have, or Supervisor Potoff, or?
I'm good.
I have nothing.
I mean, is it proper to ask for that Veterans Affairs permission for general assistance items? So that's the other thing I keep getting caught on. Is that the right channel? Maybe Randy, I don't know if you want to speak for your commissioners, but that just seems awkward. It seems crossing the streams of two programs that, in my opinion, shouldn't be crossed. But
Well, I don't know that
is that the right way?
I'm not asking for any permission on Wednesday. I'm just trying to make sure that as supervisors, we have communication with them to keep them informed of where things are. It's a check-in time. Should be pretty brief, I would expect. I can't carry any policy statements to them, but I do think it's been some months since we last touched base with them. So I asked Randy if there'd be time, and he said there would be this week.
To discuss general assistance with the Veterans Board. That's what you're doing.
Just giving, I believe Ann's just going to give them an update. They've been kind of following along. I know the last time they pretty much said it, once again, you know, it's up to the Board of Supervisors. They've been very adamant for years that when it comes to general assistance, that, you know, they have great faith in myself and my staff to handle that program. And if, you know, if you put a little extra workload on us, most majority of us been in the military. I've been working, you know, 18-hour days before for, you know, a year and a half over in Iraq. I mean, it ain't really going to bother me to do paperwork on what the Board of Supervisors recommend. I mean, you know, that's our job. We work for the county, and if the Board of Supervisors make the decision that it comes back to this department, we're going to take the workload and work with our working group. We even know, as a Veterans Affairs, we worked with them, going to the homeless meetings, sitting in some other programs, because we like to work with them, and they know that the Veterans Affairs staff are very informative, and we can kind of reach out to other people too. So like I said, you know, I think Ange just wants to talk to the commissioners and just give them an update on the status of what might come down the line. I believe that's, and I can't speak for him, but I believe that's what she said when she called me the other day. So, but like I said,
I appreciate your commitment, Randy. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's just up to the Board of Supervisors on, you know, what your guidelines are going to be.
Good. All right. If there's nothing further here, we'll move on to our 11 o'clock work session. I thank you, Randy, and Ron and Amanda. Your comments are very helpful as well to help us try to see the structure of what we might be looking at. So thank you, you both.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Ron.
Okay, so I see Eric. Good morning. I think you're here to talk about bring us up to date on the applications we have for the watershed program, and give us an update and to let us know it's kind of a check-in time, where you are and what are your achievements.
Yeah, thank you. I hope everyone had a good weekend. So in your packet, you should have received hopefully a spreadsheet that has kind of a watershed program progress report, spreadsheet that has landowner names in all three of our programs: the True Terra, the Reharvest, or the Soil and Water Outcome Fund, and then the Eco Services Fund as well. In the last 8 weeks, Zach, who is on the call as well, our conservation agronomist, has been every day going out and meeting with producers, talking about their operations on a field by field kind of scale analysis, and really kind of, you know, gaining feedback to where they are and determining what program, one of the new pilot programs might work for them. So this sheet kind of shows our progress. I'm happy to report both the True Terra program and the Soil and Water Outcome Fund have moved to a wait list with producers right now. We are at a max capacity for dollars allocated from the $100,000 bucket for True Terra and $150,000 for the Soil and Water Outcome Fund. So we have started a wait list for both programs. Today asking for approval of the True Terra applications that have come in. If you guys remember how the True Terra program works, it's an insight engine. It's a sustainability model that Zach enters every single field into this program with their inputs of what they're putting on their fields for fertilizer, what kind of farming operation and tillage operation and crop they're producing. And it gives them a score, and then what they're willing to improve on for the 2021 year. That'll increase their score, such as soil sampling, tissue sampling, adding cover crops, and so forth. That increases their score, and then we pay $2.50 per acre for those increases. It is capped at $5,000 per grower. When we started this program, we were our intentions was to meet a minimum of 20 growers. What's been submitted is 26 applications today. We have 2 more applications that have not been signed yet by the growers. But the way that this program would work is if the supervisors approve these contracts, half the payment would be sent from Dubuque County to the grower. And then Zach and myself will continue to work with each one of these growers throughout the season and into the fall as a follow-up and doing some infield verification. After that, we will be meeting back to the supervisors and requesting the other 50% be approved after we're looking at things. So I think everyone has a pretty good understanding of that program. At least I hope. I know we've gone through some our friends from Chutera have done some work sessions and so forth. I hopefully after, as time allows and we can all maybe start to do some more in-person meetings, in the next few months here, I would love the opportunity to walk you through a field by field analysis with all 3 of the supervisors and kind of show you how this program is working and the feedback that we're getting. It's a pilot. I think, it's important to keep that in mind. We've had some really good discussions with the Chutera team on how exactly the insight score is looking at things, what point increases, why they're happening for certain things, such as what does a tissue sample and side dressing mean, and how is that improving our soil health? How is that improving our farming operations and in turn improving our water quality and our flooding? So we're continuing to have those conversations and we've made some tweaks to the program already. And I'm expecting more tweaks to be made as we kind of analyze things in the next 30 to 60 days. What was not included in your packet, and I think because of space, each one of these producers that you see, the Chutera program produces a 5-page kind of PDF of the field, what they're doing, their inputs, and then it also looks at nitrogen use efficiency on each field, the soil health trend and which way they're trending for soil health and what they're doing to soil health, and then greenhouse gas emission reduction. We will aggregate all of this information at the end of the year to kind of showcase what our outcomes are for each contract. I know that wasn't included in your packet, but I'm happy to share that information with you and individually email that to you as well if there's any questions that you have. And like I said, I think if we get a chance to go through some of these producers with a more one-on-one, or if we want to do it through a work session, happy to do that as well too. But that kind of in a nutshell is, and I'll stop there before I talk about reharvest and the eco services to try to open it up for discussion and see if I can address any questions right now with just the Chutera.
Well, I'll jump in. Well, I like what I'm seeing. It looks like there's been a lot of work being done and a lot of progress working directly with those landowners, the farmers. So well done, Eric, and your group. So greatly appreciate that. And so that's good to have these types of meetings. I would be interested in what Zach and his experience. And so if the chair would allow to give Zach a few minutes, I'd be curious to what he's hearing in his first year, 6 months with Dubuque County, and specifically the feedback he's hearing on these programs.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. It did take a long time to get all these contracts, especially with the time frame that we were seeing. I wanted to get all this done before like this time period because farmers are starting to plant or they're side dressing they're putting down their anhydrous. So it's really hard to get a hold of growers right now. They're just so busy. But I think the experience has been really positive. I think that growers, they're willing to do stuff if you pay them, but it's gonna be more of a challenge moving forward. How do we keep people continuing to do these practices and move that way on their own? But I would say that's been really positive. Some people, they aren't gonna do cover crops. They don't believe in them. They don't fit into their operation, or they don't want to fit into their operation. But some people I've gotten to, maybe they take all the residue off for corn stalk bales and, I've been like, hey, maybe we don't need to do a fall chisel pass or something like that, So I think having something that's really operation specific where I can work with growers and we can do small tweaks is really beneficial to me. I mean, I think it's really flexible too. And there's not, the really hard deadlines that we see with other programs too. So I think, it's been really positive. Not everyone's as positive about it, but I would say that definitely the growers that I'm working with, they're committed to it, and we're gonna make sure that the practices get done, or make sure that they get it done.
Very good. Thanks for that feedback. I appreciate it.
Eric, this is Harley. I see a lot of cover crop on the Tuterra thing. I guess just looking back over the years, obviously I have some agriculture in my background, and I've talked to lots of guys that wanted to put cover crops in, but weather obviously plays a large role in this. What happens if they can't get the cover crop on?
Yeah, weather does play a large role in cover crops. I think right now we're very optimistic, obviously, that they will be able to get them on. Even if it is getting cold and we don't get a germination in the fall, I still think there's benefit to having them germinate and take off a little bit in the spring to protect our spring rains. I think that's what we're going to try and shoot for, and that's what we'd encourage. We'd have to kind of go back, and that's why half the payment is paid up front and the other half, wouldn't be paid until we see after the completion. I think it's also a time that we'd have to kind of analyze that field to look at if a cover crop if we have a really, really wet, cold fall and a cover crop can't happen. Can we go back and look at that? Let's go back to the sustainability score of Tuterra, and are there other things that we could do to keep moving forward, or do we commit them through 2022 as well and say let's try again for next year and so forth, and kind of roll them over? So I think it's everything that we've done, and I think one of the learning things with the Tuterra program, some of the growers you'll see 2 applications on there. And that's because they're farming their ground and then they're renting out farm, or they're, it's typically 2 different farms. So I think it brings up an interesting discussion point. We've got a wait list right now. At what point, do we cap it at a certain amount of acres per grower? Do we cap per farm to try and reach more growers? I think that is a discussion point that we're going to have to kind of analyze and talk about in the next few months here. As like I said, it's a pilot program, so I think we got to kind of sit back. Right now I think we're happy. I'm very pleased to have 28 producers working with the program, and then I also think it's a chance for us to kind of sit back and say what tweaks have to get made in this first year to say what needs to happen. I mean, the tissue sampling, nitrogen stabilizers, that's a perfect example of trying to help producers understand how much nitrogen is needed on a field by field analysis. And maybe some of our strongest practice isn't a cover crop for them. Maybe it's getting them to reduce nitrogen use and helping them understand that as that relates and goes back to the yields. And I think that's something that Zach and I have talked about, like documenting, each one of these landowners that you see on here. This is a relationship. This is a project. This is a relationship that myself and that Zach has to establish when we're looking at change and we're looking at growing momentum and growing, farmer to farmer engagement and having them learn from each other. We've got to be flexible, but it's also a project on our end that here's your payment. We're not just walking away. And Zach and I have kind of talked about that. Now it's a chance for him. Each one of these landowners is a relationship and a project.
Definitely impressed with the number of people you have.
Eric, is this the time where we would want to approve the applications?
Yeah, maybe before I talk about reharvest, if we want to approve the, Ed had drafted up the resolution there approving the dollar amounts for reharvest. I have had a meeting with Stella already before, and I've talked to Paula in the auditor's office as well on making sure that we have every single landowner has a folder with their Chutera portfolio, the application, the W-9 and so forth. Everything is going to be needed. I would like to include a letter from the Dubuque County Supervisors that goes out to each producer as well too. Doesn't have to happen right now, but I think in the fall would be a good time when that second payment goes out that we would include that in each folder. So today, before I give an update on the other two programs, I would ask for approval of this resolution with the dollars.
Well, one of the things, I don't know if you can show it, but that I would really like to see that report. I'm not saying we're going to hold up this resolution, but yeah, you'll find this board is thirsty for some knowledge on your programs. We love your programs. So if you could provide what that report looked like, that would be great. The other thing I would be very interested in knowing where we're at on, and I know this is a pilot in one of our first dances, so to speak. Where's the map and the GIS component, and how do the applicants today line up to the hundreds of thousands of dollars we spent on the map and the priority areas related to water quality, flood control, and ultimately this would be nutrient reduction. So maybe you can comment on those, and/or if there's any additional things you can show today, great.
Well,
if not, just let us know.
Give you full portfolio so that you have the PDFs of each producer. I think it's important information to have, and I'll get that sent off to you. As far as the mapping, it's a good topic. We've been diving into the Houston data the last 10 days here. We've had a training last week actually with Houston on trying to get some more questions that we had as we dove further into the research. We are analyzing that right now and going through that this week actually, more so as it relates to structural projects. As you know, the Houston engineering and the data that we have is structural components. The Chutera and the Outcome Fund are field by field analysis with operational things. It would be possible to start to map every field. We have not done that with our operational changes. Right now, we're kind of analyzing where suggested structural projects can go. And then that's kind of the phase 3, I guess, of our approach was to deal with soil health initiatives first. And now we're moving into structural components, and that's going to be Zach and my focus as well moving forward now. And a big part of that is the Houston data. We could certainly, we've talked about trying to create a map that would be published on the new watershed website that's being created with where conservation practices are being located and where projects are being located. So we're kind of internally talking about that with Houston and our stakeholder team on that process right now.
Thank you. I definitely would be interested in that. I think having a map of all the items that we publicly fund would be very helpful. So I think you're on the right track. Thanks.
Okay.
Are you looking for a motion, Ann, for this then?
We will need one if we're going to approve the payments. I understand that there's going to be half of this amount will be forwarded to the growers at this time.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the resolution.
And I will second that.
Motion is second to approve the resolution. Is there any further discussion or questions?
Just commenting once again, thank you, Zach, thank you, Eric, and all the other team for getting us to this point. I know there's been a lot of work that's gone into this, so thank you very much for all your effort.
Definitely, thank you, Eric. Thank you, Zach.
There's no further discussion. Motion is second. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, the motion carries unanimously. Well done. Thank you. Eric, back to you. Are there other updates you wish to give us at this time?
Yeah, So the other update, obviously, the other funding bucket, the $150,000 soil and water outcome fund, we are working with that team as well, and you'll see back down on that sheet. We have, I think we're going to end up probably between 10 and 15 producers that are enrolling in that program. Probably right around the same amount of acres being impacted. As you see, we're at the 3,700 acres or so enrolled in Chutera. We'll probably be around 3,500 or so in reharvest, if not more. We have mapped right now in Dubuque County right around 5,600 acres that have been entered into the Soil and Water Outcome Fund. The way that this works is when Zach meets with the producer, he is entering every field that would be eligible for the outcome fund. So the majority of this is going from tillage to no-till and or adding cover crops to these fields. That's the focus of the kind of the Soil and Water Outcome Fund. So we are at max capacity there. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago with our reharvest friends and shared the good news. They said they were quite impressed with everything that we've been doing in Dubuque. We're looking at potentially right around the 15 acres or 15 pounds an acre reduction in nitrogen. So that's a pretty good number. I was told that we're kind of on par with, that's kind of the running average to most of the state right now. And then about 1 ton of carbon produced per acre as well too. And again, at the end of the year, when all these are done, all of these numbers will be aggregated together and will be published and produced on the new watershed website. That's something that we've been focused on, making sure that we're measuring these outcomes and educating and trying to inform the public of the good work that's going on out there. So good news. I'm not asking for approval today on the outcome fund, as that is dollars once they're approved in the system. The money comes directly from the outcome fund to the producer. It's half payment, just like the Chutera works, and the other half would get sent in the fall. As we get further along on the reharvest program, again, I would be asking for an approval letter be sent out to the producers in Dubuque County when the outcome fund sends an invoice to the county for these acres that are in. So we have, as you can see, 1,600 are kind of in that contracting practice, but we've got more acres than what's going to be available for funding in Dubuque County in the outcome fund. So again, those acres will get rolled over to a wait list for 2022. Any questions on the outcome fund?
Eric, in the outcome fund, you show Bradley Farms at more than 1,000. Is that more than 1,100 acres? Is that what you're showing there? Is there a wait list in this program? And if so, how did we determine that we would have a single producer at that level of participation? Just curious.
So the way the outcome fund works is their administration, they're kind of administering the program. They do not have an acre cap. They're all about Bradley Farms. What is Bradley Farms at? 4,000 acres. It's quite a bit.
I think they farms around
5,000 acres. So they're all about producing as many outcomes as possible. So the Bradley farm, assuming that he would make the list for funding this year, will be adding cover crops, I believe, for the first time out of the majority of a lot of those fields that have never seen a cover crop. So we haven't capped it. Again, this kind of goes back to the Chutera, where we have a little bit more, we have a lot more control on tweaking the outcomes and how we're going to, facilitate the actual payments and producers. With reharvest, it's just about as many acres as are enrolled that want to take advantage of the program.
But Eric, I think when we talked to Soil Water Outcomes Fund, they talked about we could determine priority too. So it could be up to us to kind of determine, you know, who gets funding and who doesn't. You know, I think that's kind of how they made it sound. It's up to us.
That's a good point, Zach. I think one of the things that I spoke with Eric on maybe a month or so ago is eventually creating kind of an application process and a qualification process, and then understanding once we've had, you know, a couple iterations of you know, growers and or landowners that have received this funding, where they're located, and is it fair and equitable? Is it aligning up to our priorities? And many of those priorities were related to flood control, water quality, and you know, obviously you know, improving outcomes for the landowner. But you know, right now it's okay to start where we are. These are our first group. It's the Coalition of the Willing, and I'm very pleased that we were able to get this many landowners to cooperate. But moving forward, we can continue to refine it and become more, I guess, selective or potentially more fair related to who receives the funding.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think you know, as we get into kind of phase 3 here of really diving into the eco services fund and that structural component, you know, there's going to be a lot of analyzing that goes on. You know, something that Zach and I are both working on is the nutrient tracking tool. It's not part of the Chutera program. We are running it just more so out of curiosity and research to determine dollars spent, outcomes produced in both programs, and trying to analyze and determine where we go from here and what tweaks need to happen. So it's a good point. Lastly, you know, the Eco Services Fund, again, I had just talked about, you know, this is where we're trying to capitalize on the Houston data, you know, pinpointing where our most cost-effective areas are. We are running an analysis right now. There's a lot of data to dive into with Houston and all the work that they've done. We're running an analysis right now on each the big 8 watersheds in Dubuque County, and trying to get it to a point of where we're starting to really analyze that data to provide those landowner contacts and look for really good projects to bring to this board. We've got a couple, again, we've partnered with NRCS and the state commissioners, and myself had a work session last Monday and really talked a lot on the eco services, producers that are interested. We've got a few there with their names down. We've been meeting with them as time allows, and NRCS's as they're kind of developing this new resource team, which are, you know, our survey and design crew and so forth, which a lot of these projects do require. You know, we're kind of going through that process right now. So between the Eco Services Fund, federal funding, state funding, in the next 30 days, we'll have a pretty good idea on what's been funded federally and where some needs exist from that program, and what has not been funded, as well as continuing to analyze the ACPF data and going so. So in the next 30 days, I should have a much stronger handle on where we sit with potential eco services and structural components. As you can see from some of those numbers there, the Hoffman Farm, Greg Rush Farm, New Melry Services, who has thousands of acres, is interested in a mile-long buffer strip along a stream. We've got some good projects out there. We're still in kind of that research phase and trying to get a little bit stronger cost estimates on. Obviously, we only have $140,000 there, but I think the next and the final phase for this is to bring you those projects and show you the maps and kind of go through the projects and get your feedback on cost share rate and how things are being funded from a structural component in that eco services fund. But wanted to let you know that's where our focus is right now. We're continuing to take names in both projects. I got a couple calls last week already after we closed and added some additional names to those projects, but that's kind of where we sit right now with the 3 funding buckets in Dubuque County.
Eric, this is Harley. Just a question on the Eco Services Fund, the 500 to 700, is that like the number of acres that would drain in that area?
Yep. that's exactly right. So the Greg Rush Pond right now is potentially a large drainage area, looking at a large site. Also is going to come with a pretty hefty price tag. The Hoffman Farm is applied for EQIP, going through the ranking process right now. That's why I would say within 3 weeks, we're going to kind of know where federal dollars sit. Just to let you guys know, the district also has some state cost share projects that are not on here. That state dollars that are coming in, the district receives around $60,000 a year in that. They cap the cost share at 75%. That's the most that the Iowa Department of Ag and Land Stewardship will pay for a project. Whereas federal dollars on these structural projects, federal dollars, they don't have a percentage rate. They give them a flat rate. So it's difficult to talk percentages because it could be 98% paid for, it could be 40% paid for. It's a flat rate payment structure, but something that I think the Board of Supervisors could consider, projects that maybe only get 50% funded or maybe only get part of the project funded. Is that a candidate for the Eco Services Fund if it's a good project that we'd want to partner with NRCS and or the state? I know we kind of loosely have talked about that in the past, but we'll be to the point here in the next 30 days on trying to figure out where we want to go with that.
Okay.
So kind of an update on the Eco Services Fund. And then I also wanted to just let you guys know we have the Catfish Creek WMA. We've got several projects that are kind of happening as well too there. Sediment Basin, we've got the Swiss Valley Park project going on right now. Another large pond detention native restoration area on the edge of the city of Dubuque and Catfish Creek. We've got our soil quality restoration projects. Another sediment basin with a producer in Catfish Creek. So lots of good things happening. There's getting to be a pretty long wait list of sites that have to get visited from our NRCS friends. But again, we had a meeting with the NRCS resource team last week and trying to demonstrate the need that's happening in Dubuque County and letting them know of all these projects. So it was good to kind of give them an update as well and touch base with them. And then lastly, our Marissa and Andrew Waldo have been working on conservation plan writing. I think this is another important tool. They're working under an NRCS grant. So they're working on actually writing conservation plans with producers. They've been working on 3 plans right now. And, the intent is after these plans are written for the producers, they would call Zach or myself or the federal government and kind of showcase where potential dollars could come from to help produce some of these things. So that's kind of a more so just for your information, some of the other projects that we continue to be involved with and collaborate with our partners on this 28E program.
Very good. Are there any final questions that we have for Eric or for Zach? Zach, I appreciate you being here very much. It's helpful.
Probably for the group, one last question. You said you mentioned the partners, Eric. What is the process and what is your intent to get the same information to the other 2 partners? And probably most notably the city, since they're less tightly associated with soil and water.
Yeah, so it's really through communicating with the department heads that we work with, having them understand. They have been active, obviously, in the Catfish Creek watershed board. They've been involved in right now the watershed website design and letting them know of how we're trying to share the outcomes and share projects in that.
Maybe specifically, my question would be in public forums, specifically the city council, specifically the soil and water commissioners. In a public forum, we just received this, awesome, like it. What's the plan to get to those other 2 partners, and do my colleagues think we should?
Well, I thought it was interesting. Saturday, I was in on the legislative update, the Cracker Barrel, as it's known, with a legislative team from Dubuque, the city of Dubuque. And they thanked Eric Schmeckel greatly for all of the water and water quality work that Eric Schmeckel is doing. And Eric, apparently you're paying for it all as well. So kudos to you for the ideas, the innovation, and the one-man show, including your own pocketbook, to make this happen. So I think, to Supervisor Wickham's point, there's huge amounts of information that need to go out. We need to educate our number one partner, and also the Dubuque, the city of Dubuque, I don't think understands at all what we're doing. And they're, we probably, I mean, I would ask that you share this with this amount of time with city council members in the city of Dubuque. Otherwise, we're missing, you know, a good portion of county residents being ill-informed.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I thought back in January, we had a very good, successful 2080 agreement kind of kickoff meeting, if you will. It was only a few months into the new agreement. We had some city of Dubuque department heads on and so forth. Good interest. I think it would make sense to try and schedule another one of those for maybe this summer and really try and get more city of Dubuque staff, city council involved in that. There's so much information here that there's never enough time. I'm already over my half-hour allotment today, and I didn't get through some of the things I wanted to touch on, but there's so much information here. It's really a standalone thing. I think we should try and plan for maybe a July. I know that's an annual 2080, but I know we talked about doing semi-annual kind of check-ins. I think it's a good idea maybe to try and schedule something for then of updates of what the county's done, what we spent on, what the agreement, where we're at with things.
Yeah, I wouldn't wait till July. So I think it's a requirement. If, you know, you don't want to enter in a 2080, you don't want to do all the things we did and then not get the partners informed with the outcomes and the results. And I was skeptical of these 2080s because I said, we got a lot of 2080s, we really need another one. And so my other colleagues really believed in it. I think you have to get to those partners. And then the other key is this funding is from our general basic. All property owners, City of Dubuque, City of Piasta, they're paying for this, okay? And so it's not just unincorporated rural service dollars like our roads funds are, okay? This is general basic dollars. And I think we have to get to those partners, or or why partner with them? So I'd encourage my colleagues to, show a strong interest in that as well. I think, and Eric, it's not on all you just to go and make magic happen and, present in a wonderful fashion. I think we can certainly help you and provide additional resources, but I think it's a strong requirement. And I think if we wait till July, we're missing an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that's more for the supervisors. I mean, if I'm the only one saying that, that's fine. I'm more question to the supervisors or comment to my colleagues.
Well, there's certainly nothing I'm doing to not, this is topic of conversation that I've engaged with League of Women Voters extensively, trying to educate them as to what we're doing when they go on, appropriately so, about water quality. But they do not understand these concepts, and they do not understand how this interrelates with the water quality what the result is, and that this will produce results. I believe it's already happening. So how we engage in that when we are not invited to participate in the forums that they have, we're not invited to that. So, we can create our own forum day or our own legislative day.
I guess I'm talking about the city council. So my direct thing is, why aren't we in front of the Dubuque City Council? They are one of our partners.
Well, I'm not in charge of their agenda. I'm not in charge of their agenda.
Is my question. I'm not trying to belabor it. Do either of my colleagues support that? That's what I'm just getting at.
Support Eric
presenting this, and
of course
Eric and or other partners.
Of course, I think what we should do is be doing some additional information on our Facebook page and on our social media page. We should have some YouTube videos. So we're building our own library of information to send people to.
Agreed. I just think it starts with the stakeholders and the elected officials that signed the 2080 and agreed on it.
Right. And we had trouble getting them to come to the 2080 agreement meeting that we had in January, the virtual meeting. A few of them, chimed in and while they were making dinner or something, but I mean, there's not the same information being shared at the city. And so Eric, I don't know what your thoughts are about how to get this before them. I'm interested,
Could we just do a work session with the man and have Eric there? Just kind of an update type thing or open discussion.
Yeah, I
Good idea.
can certainly request that to get put on a City of Dubuque agenda. It has been difficult to get council to understand. I do just, the city has been very, supportive of like the agricultural efforts that are happening. And as the NRE continues to kind of evolve as they're kind of in this second phase of the feasibility study there. So, I don't know if that's a good time to schedule the work session and to kind of check in with where the NRE is at with the City of Dubuque. I think that might be a good segue. The other thing is the City of Dubuque's, portion of this is heavily stormwater focused on their, federal permits and the stuff that, our other employee, John Wiley's been working with, inspections and stormwater and floodplain and erosion control and so forth. I mean, that's a whole other piece of what we do and the agreement. We're planning, different meetings that have to take place and the output and the education that has to take place with some of the urban landowners as well too, and conservation efforts that are happening in the urban sector as well too. So it's kind of tying it all together. That's why the standalone 2080 or work session with our entire group, seem the concept I think is right, but how do you making sure that we get people there that need to be there to hear, the important work that's being done. I'm happy to, chat with all three supervisors about that process and how we can improve on that in the next couple of weeks here and talk about where we go from there and trying to get some things scheduled. Real quick here, just before I run out of time, I wanted to just mention a few other things, if that's okay. I emailed you last week. We had our first day of water monitoring. We're pulling over almost 800 samples this over the 9-month period. I did share with you the water monitoring plan that was put together. We are coordinating with UD on that and actually have been in some discussions as well with some of the groundwater well sampling to see if there's potentially a collaboration there with some of our monitoring efforts. So I just real quickly wanted to mention that. May 21st, we're having our first field day. You'll get a flyer and an update on that as well. Dubuque County will be a sponsor. It's going to be at Tim Daly's farm. So that's on a Friday. It'll be a Friday afternoon, but more information will be coming out on that real soon. The other thing that the commissioners have been very supportive for this year, we'll be doing a local Iowa Dubuque County Conservation Awards, where we'll be awarding potentially up to 8 to 10 farmers and trying to develop a mentorship program for all the farmers and highlighting farmers like Tim and Jeff and others that have been doing, a lot of these good soil health practices for a long time. The state has a statewide award. Wanted to try and bring something more local to Dubuque County. We've got dollars, so it's something that a proposal that I'll be submitting to the commissioners for their approval at their next meeting to develop local conservation awards in Dubuque County. And then last but not least, again, the website continues to be a priority and we're working on that, as well as developing. I've been meeting with social media teams and talking about how we ramp up and how we develop a strong social media presence with Facebook and Instagram and the other things that we're working on. So that's in discussion right now. Be bringing a proposal to the commissioners at their next meeting on that. And then last but not least, we've got 16 billboards. We've entered into a contract with Lamar Advertising. We'll be doing 16 billboards starting in June for with a message that will I think resonate well, hopefully roots in the ground year round with our new watershed logo that's being created now. That will be both in the city of Dubuque and throughout Dubuque County with the new county website on the billboard. So trying to and keep the engagement process high. And I think a big part of everything that we're working on has to have a strong educational component on. I think it's something that's probably lacked in the past, and we're trying to improve on that. So I know those are a lot of quick little things, but I just wanted to kind of give you an update on those things, and I'll stop there.
Oh, very good. I hope we can see you at least once a month. I've really enjoyed the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric and Zach, for what you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to the final item on our agenda is boards and commissions updates. The number one thing I guess I would just tell my colleagues is if we're not watching the Senate file 587, we should be, which is the recreation of, first of all, it removes the backfill. Commercial backfill is phased out over 6 years. And then the other thing it does is completely restructure the mental health regions. And it's hard to know what step to put forward when the state is redesigning again how they want to finance all of the brain health work that we've prioritized. So we'll look to see what happens there. It's, whether or not it's going to pass, I don't know, but kind of makes it hard to know how to prioritize any kind of rescue plan dollars for brain health initiatives if we don't have any clear vision as to what the state might be thinking to do in terms of the regional longevity of that structure. So otherwise, I'm assuming we're all going to be at RTA on Wednesday. RTA is meeting Wednesday to supervise 13 buses. And what does the 2 mean?
22 buses, I think.
Oh, 22 buses?
It's more than 13. More than 13. I do not have any other boards and commissions report other than just maybe clarify when are we going to review, and Ed jump in, when are we going to review the list of applicants for boards and commissions?
This is Ed Raber. I think Supervisor McDonough, just based on what's going on today and the last weekend, you supervisors have expressed interest in always being able to reach out and talk with applicants. So we anticipate that will be in your packet for next Monday. I'll be pulling those applications similar to what we did in December or in January for you again. Those applications are online. I think I sent you guys a link, but there have been a few more that came in by the deadline. But next Monday,
we're hoping next Monday, but we don't know what else is all coming on for next Monday. There's discussion about EB Lions, there's discussion about ATV, UTVs. I mean, I think there's going to be a big zoning day. There's, public hearing. It's just light today, big next week. I don't know. So
maybe next week. Okay. I wouldn't wait too long on those applicants. So that's my concern. If people are interested in volunteering, you generally want to get an answer. So having them wait a month or so is, I think, is risky. It doesn't think it shows our initiative.
Dave Baker's been waiting since January.
I would propose then if we, Harley or others to get it on the agenda for Monday then and take action. Harley, do you have a comment?
Yeah, nope, that's fine. Let's get them appointed.
So we'll make that a priority for Monday and we'll see how everything else shakes out.
I think so. I mean, we've been sitting on them for maybe 30 days. Is that fair, Ed, or?
No, it
somewhere in
closed
there?
last week. It closed last week.
There were a
Yeah,
number of
when did it
applications
start?
in March.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
it started.
applications have been going on since January.
Yeah, we've been sitting on them for months. So
Right.
I think to take action next week would be wise.
Well, we have to decide whether we like the way that it's being done, if they're being held for the quarter, right? I mean, in the past, we've done it, oh, we got an applicant, let's go, fill the boards. This time we've decided we're waiting, or somehow it's been decided that we're waiting for groups and grouping times. So that requires
I didn't
some
decide
people.
that.
Yeah, I don't
So
know that I decided that either, but that's how it's coming into us.
I would
so.
perceive that when they come in, we address them. I think that's, if you get a bird in the hand, I think you want to take it. We get somebody to volunteer on a board, get it in
Right.
front of the board of supervisors to make decisions. So
Right.
hopefully we can decide, we can talk about that on Monday. So thank you.
So we'll put both of those issues on for Monday's agenda, which is the process as well as the applicants that we have pending.
Very good.
If there's nothing further, I believe we are adjourned until next Monday's meeting. If someone would like to make that motion.
I would make a motion to adjourn.
I will second.
Motion is second to adjourn until the next Monday. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, very good. Thank you, everyone. Be well.
Have a good week.
Thanks, everyone. Have a nice day.